Hey, how you doing? We are here. There we go. All in there. So, we're gonna try to at least start up this case, because as far as I know, it's mostly gonna be a trial. So, it's pretty much just tying up loose ends. Hey Lucy, how you doing? Glad you can make it here today. I'm just gonna start it right away, just cause gotta get the ball rolling. Resolver Yunosuke Naruhodo. The final bit. Oh, we're just gonna go right in. No cutscene, no nothing, just right in. So the time's finally come. I'm good. How are you doing? We're basically at the end of the game, for the most part. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Suzuto. Good. I'm glad you're good. We gotta get this going, because we're on the final freaking case of the game. Miss Suzuto? Nope. She did the freaking takedown. Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Instinct. Nothing? I was just saying I'll be relying on your support today, but I'm sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me up to my feet then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Tsuruto-san isn't our usual self at all. That's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective, not to mention... Good morning, sir. Lord Van Zieks. Thank you for your efforts yesterday. Did I hear that correctly? What? No, nothing. Just, I hope I can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says, I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. That's because he's got resting bitch face. Obviously. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since it all began yesterday. Our friend Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Dodge. Good point. The Reaper. I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. And you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zieks. It's only because a serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod. To wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I had lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. It was obviously extremely important to you. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that he didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes, that burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? It's Iris, isn't it? Yep. Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Oh. I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He said it helps him to clear his head. I thank you. That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sort of. Subdued, I suppose. I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on in her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Sight's laboratory. Alright then. Good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. You're not staying? I thought you want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh, yes. Would you take this? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once. A Hurley? It looks more like a Hairley to me. I mean, you're not wrong, because that's a freaking hair. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. It's a stress toy? What? Pull his ears? That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Wait, no. That actually calls Sholmes, doesn't it? Whack. You think what we'll need is luck? I just need to peek inside the courtroom. And it seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. Let me guess, this is all Strongheart's doing. What does that mean? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba all night too, do you think, Miss Suzuto? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? father and Judge Shigoku, I mean. Judge Shigoku too? That's right, nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel to defense and defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. I'm so glad. Let's go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. What a charming little rabbity version, Mr. Sholmes. I suppose this is how Iris sees him. Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? Sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn to stoic patience. But I want to know! I'm just gonna guess that Sholmes is gonna pop out of freaking nowhere. Just cuz. Pulls the freaking ears and then all of a sudden he's here. Lord Van Zeeks has always been the foremost prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Well, let's see what we can do. Oh, there's no one here. Well, actually, no, there is some people. They're just incredibly quiet. Feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. Your cold stares pierce me like knives from all sides today. Mr. Nando, look! Lord Strongheart! Yeah, I had a feeling. I had a feeling that he wanted this to be done with today. Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard Cross inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of this execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. And one over which I, Miles Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. The 6 Giroflames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to the fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. Biased. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zieks. You are a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother, Clint, in fact. Well, that's... so that's his gavel. That was very ominous. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Hans gavel, Hans gavel. For the trial of Baron Barak von Zieks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsel for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out his operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, clandestine operations, he had an accomplice, Mr. Daily Vigil, who'd be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work, when in fact, he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he embedded the convicts escaped. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. Ho ho ho! It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on the 31st of October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday that the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st of November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes. Especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort in investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we will begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. The prosecution calls its first witness now. Gina. State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade, purporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rake, but never mind. Gina, again? What's your problem, Odo? What's with that Gina? Again? Look, eh? The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out of the back slums out of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right. All out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigation yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. Face. Lord Strongheart knew. Probably because he's the leader of a conspiracy or something. Who knows? It's almost like he's similar to another Ace Attorney character. Oh. So, Inspector Lestrade. Let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. All Yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled good dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is, there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Well, yeah, he was investigating him. Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicine, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets? It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. And you're not suspicious in that at all, are ya? No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority, without the Yard's knowledge. Do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be! We haven't heard anything about this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Barak von Zieks, was present. That would be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but Lord Van Zieks hasn't made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zieks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Very well then. Counsel to defense, begin your cross-examination. Tell me more about that.
Hold it!
Do you have an idea where those dealings were taking place? Yep. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. I got this reading game buttoned up now. She can read now. Can't I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the arm? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I love her. I love Gina. Trying to find out what should I do. Insist. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. It's cause he wants to know the truth too. Kazuma? There's no question that Inspector Gresson was looking into these black market dealings, however. It's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Right then. I get to show off me reading skills. Apparently the smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called The Grouse. The Grouse. Huh? Oh, looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. Oh! The SS Grouse! Right! Yokohama departure... Wait. Wait. And that's the boat that Professor Mikotoa and Judge Igogo came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it's called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for the night before finally arriving in Dover. Wait. Wait. Gregson was supposed to go to France, from what he told us. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I might safely in my diary. Keep mine in my wallet so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruto? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Was it really a gentleman's club? Or was he on that steamship?
Objection!
He wasn't at the club. I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Oh, sorry. My freaking coaster for my drink kind of stuck to my drink. Oh no. Sorry. Sorry for the loud noises. You know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called The Grouse. Police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. Probably because it doesn't exist. The other kind of club. I mean, fair enough. I'm starting to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to the visit on 31st of October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. This would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Grouse.
Objection!
So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say there's a flaw in your logic there. And what's that? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived at the port of Dover on the 1st of November. Ah! The day on which a sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words... Hold on! Hold on! The Spruce Grouse. Hang on. I think we've already established that the gunshot that was heard was frickin' firecrackers. Large firecrackers that sound like a gun. We've already established that. Are we forgetting that already? That ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. Well, that's the thing, though. If he died on the steamship, he could have easily been carried over to Fresno.
Objection!
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. I haven't actually opened this. Let's have a look inside. Maybe there's a passport or something in here. Look, there's something inside. Let's see. Appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the day departure might tell us something. That was... Oh! What is it? Ha ha! There's your evidence right there! But, really? Yep. Which means he was probably killed on the steamship. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Indeed. Well, here we go.
Take that!
What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Dated 31st of October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Order! Order! This document is for a passage to France. Does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? I'm impressed, Yurinosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? Of course he did. He's frickin' Kazuma. Prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. Probably because they are. What? And now you've expertly disproven their assertion. I intend to reveal what I believe that's something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? Are we sure? I don't think so. Order! Order! What on earth are you saying, Counsel? Prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was... obviously... an assassination. Barak von Zieks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victim lost their lives, he was always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson. What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done something like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. I don't know, dude. No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. I'm gonna guess it's frickin' Mr. Horsegavel on the frickin' stand. But Van Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, suggesting they went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Miko Toma and Judge Jigoko were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade. What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying! Even if all them pleasures what got taken out and had it coming. Boss, worth the Reaper. More Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but you spent any time at Solenyorn, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing. I ain't believe a word of it. And then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of the victims, date and places and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st of October. It said Grouse for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. There's no about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or summit. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investing in the Reaper, that's all. Oh. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. This be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely, Inosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could have only have known if he was working with the Reaper. So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead and sit ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on 31st of October. How do you read this then? Reading still not her strong suit. That ain't the problem, alright, Odo. It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas. Let me have a bash at it. Seishiro. Is it? Wait. Wait. The judge? Yeah, Seishiro. Yeah, the judge was the freaking target. Jigoku, maybe? What? It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku? That's Judge Jigoku. Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right.
Objection.
That can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku. I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. Sort of the fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Rexton missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper won't tolerate the mistake. So he killed the inspector, personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Barak von Zeeks. It's an undeniably logical argument. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it.
Oh. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice whilst I stand accused of murder. Lord Van Zeeks. Sir, indeed. The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You were returned to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective. Leg. That's his desk slam animation. He just goes, I'm gonna use my leg instead. What? That's not right. Wait, I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard about the yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. Slightly distinct. Odd. I'm not sure why. Because everything seems fine to me on my end. Huh. Weird. Oh. Seems I lost a couple frames, so that might have been it. I don't know. Who knows? That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you planned. Your hatred for me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say? Mr. Naruto, this is our chance. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information related to the testimony just given by the witness. Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for defense, begin the cross-examination immediately. At once, my lord. I'm gonna have to guess. I'm gonna have to press all the statements because of that. Because he's gonna add to them. Yeah, there's no but. Yeah, let's just press. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and the notebook said what he even found out. If I may... When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believed the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes. On those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper isn't an organization. With you at its head? I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd be able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate. Alone. So that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. He was making his way to a steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Fine. Something wrong, Mr. Naruto? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular? Well, besides the victim's names, the other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? Someone I told you yesterday. The same name written over and over again? You mean... Asashin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or someone, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday? Asashin. The assassin. What? Like a killer, you mean? I mean, don't you get a freaking fun name when you see it? Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable, and who to use to get at them. The person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying. If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to round like an organized group of vigilantes. Then perhaps what it said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been... clearly the assassin who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life? China, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Seishiro Jigoku? What name was written? Well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? How infuriating. A nameless assassin? It said... yeah, just keep pressing. You're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku? That's what it said. What name you asked me? And I thought your name was odd. Odo. Otto. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago, studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Longshot was George Jigoku's mentor. If not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of the Professor case, his reputation was organized immediately. Reparation. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible. The mood in here's got even worse now. But I'll just keep talking.
Hold it!
What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal. Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the Professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Kenshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said that some contentious words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? We knew this, Ryunosuke. He was considered to be an adjunct to the Professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the Mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly, the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But... Right, I've had about enough of this. China? All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people? It's cobblers. Come on, Odo. Yes? Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? You gotta find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here. No question. You gotta work out who it is. Please, for the boss. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear? I'm with a lot of ya. It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, innit? Well, have I had enough? Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruto? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Do you mean... I'm not gonna let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Hold
it!
I want to take you, Gina. You help me find my resolve. Eh? What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Kazuma. He said something weird.
Take that!
By you, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, Counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Oh, the trunk. Right. Very well then, Counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asogi has said? The trunk.
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A mere construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain, and a relatively fresh one too. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in the Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it, me, with me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination on witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown with the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport? Kazuma. Were you the +1?
Objection.
Were you actually the assassin? But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st of October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you... I didn't consider the possibility before, but Kazuma were there on the ship, then it could only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruto, surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in this courtroom is hard evidence. Oh! Have you seen this huge gas across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, remember just like this that have been so badly damaged. Remembering the gash was struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. That looks like a blade. Like a blade bit. See that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. It's wedged so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Yes. Blood, blah, 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 blah. Yep. Logical conclusion, we know about that. That kind of just proves that Kazuma was there. Maybe. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled.
So as it stands, you proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt that you were there that day in the same place as the inspector? He was there? What's Gregson? There's a clue that you've overlooked, a secret that the trunk can tell us. Can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless we must test it. Vince will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where is the evidence that ties Prosecutor Asogi to Inspector Gregson? Where we just saw the freaking blade bit.
Got it!
Small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade. Well, let's see your sword then. Why don't we? Eh? A blade? Kazuma, slung around your wrist, or your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Why don't you draw it, here in this courtroom, for all to see? Let's see the tip there. Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Oh! Yeah, that... Oh no! The tip is broken. You were there. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed. Kazuma Asogi? Expertly done, Rinosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi? Yes. On the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? Oh boy. You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You're never going to do it? We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. The 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. Traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Boarding house in Dunkirk? My signature will be in the register book. It'll be simple enough to verify. Then what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? He's got a point. I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. I don't know. Why would you take it out and then all of a sudden there's frickin' marks on the damn thing? And accordingly, I chose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. You must take immediate action now to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary is invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say you think Junji Goku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Order! Order in the court! Order. We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man cannot be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. No, not Jigoku. No one will want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except that is... for the Reaper wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord? I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Oh. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. Feels so I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either. On the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. Such a terrible sense of foreboding. Something awful has happened to Judge Jikoku. Then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. Felt it from the moment I stepped in the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Fortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Wait, what about the pulling of the ears? Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. We can probably be Sholmes, or rather, one last ear. Of course! The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely run out of options in trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Harley's ears or not? Pull! Here goes then. I'm gonna do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruto. No looking back. Heave! Ow! Scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here! It's the Felt doll talking! It's a communication device! Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruto, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll pull all my strength to do it. Heave! Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. I see. So that it goes on his freaking ear, and it pulls on his ear. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of SS Grouse. SS Grouse? She left over last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently locked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You're taking a ship to France? Please. With my allied prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and my train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time. So you mean you've already worked it out? The steamship was where everything really took place. Mr. Naruto, pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection. Well done. Genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only one for it. Ow, ow, ow. Miss Susato, gently with a genius's ear, please. Oh my. I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes. There you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. Saw in yard yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions under my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? Just entered a recess. Trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. Unable to present any new leads then, I'm afraid to say. Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, ow, ow. I shouldn't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operating that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris' invention, not mine. It works. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we may have but half of that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before too long. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. I don't believe an investigation on this cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize the world-famous great detective when you see one? That guy's model was in a previous game, but now he has hair. I don't know what's up with that. The question really ought to be, who are you? Sholmes. Do you not recognize the road-traveling great sailor Sikin and Stroganoff when you see? No, it is him. He's under disguise then. Great detective? Huh, I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? That says Sholmes. I must say, while such adoration is flattering naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave, now! How distressing, my lord devotee knows me only by my name and not by appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Ah, twin brother, I see. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Shigoku. There is no one with this name on board. Well, we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Easternman. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he had something about an emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So she just realized that we're after him, was he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw this sailor's attention away, would you? Make some excuse that he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses! The plan is ruined! And you only have yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? With a mere 5 seconds. So you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? You distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man! So the game is afoot. What to distract with? Ah, let's switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, everyone wouldn't be able to see what we were doing. Ah, what is happening? Where is light? Now, Sholmes, now! Nobody there. That was a close shave. What a knack you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor. Do be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach. This would appear to be an alarm bell. Aw, hell, what would break loose if that thing were to ring? The whole crew wouldn't know about it. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You, what are you doing? If we are at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganov, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing reports. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me, by word fam- No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now! Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Don't just stand there gobbling my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go! Oh, yes. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disspark rather hurriedly. There's clothes on the floor there. They're Seishiro's without question. Seems we're just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, once we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. Well, that burly Krillin may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may, which makes this all the more thrilling. Speaking to here, look. It's been stoppered with some cloth. Wastes of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the cabinet in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Did something have happened here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent sneaks from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Waste paper basket, look. There's still rubbish inside. Indeed. Then let's pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, then. When I was still aboard myself. Ah, yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. According to the report I was given, Nododo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was. It was a similar size to this one. Ah, you was climbing inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Nododo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes? She could just tell me what you said. Well, I uttered some friendly remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. It's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seishiro is partial to all things large. He's a big boy, and a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different enough, though. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. Unfortunate. That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, dressing gown, moki work trousers, a tanzan robe, a haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. Looks to me as though it's been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed. You could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Seichiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here, how it's... Something wrong, Sholmes. You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotopa, ice. What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Well, it is a luxury liner. Oh! That's how they chilled his body! Hoo-hoo! They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoy culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. Wait a minute. These are the rules of passage. Passengers might not keep weapons or other dangerous objects. Strict forbidden. Additionally, there are several punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. Probably because, Ryunosuke was one of those. Actually, both of them. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. Rifle. know what I always say, Mikotoba? There's nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Well, considering the rules are not over there anymore. Well, a slightly different color just here, do you see? Indeed. What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. No, there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus on our attentions elsewhere, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. You are still here? Ah, Abel Seaman Stroganov. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. Eh? You were waiting for me? Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. Chicken? It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of deceit and bearing of the truth. Barring of the truth. Goy? I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoko has not left this vessel at all. He's in the trunk, isn't he? Ah! And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganov. You know exactly where that man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you? Good gracious, Soames, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? It really has been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my imitatable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganov, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoko left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there's something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Yes, of course. I see you noted it too, Mikotoba, and please do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoko having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills, Mikotoba. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Hope Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. Let me think. Uh... Okay, the obvious one I can think of is the ice.
Take that!
Amazing. Perhaps you should clear away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival, with the well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Seishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Seishiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in the cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something appears to be out of place, which I'm quite sure won't escape your notice. Yep. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as you well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. The rules of passage.
Take that!
It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall is that they were put there in a hurry. Yes, I'm sure you're already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. Duh, you are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Yeah. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? A bullet hole. That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who's been shooting walls? I see, the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep this pretense, as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. And I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that. Ho ho!
Take that!
It's almost too obvious for words. Quite. Nineveh was the language of the world. Money. And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jikoku, yes. So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. In the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But I believe you know, Mr. Stroganov. You know where Mr. Jikoku is hiding this precise moment in time. And he's looking at it. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slight flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. Exactly what you described as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes aside, my dear fellow.
Take that!
Yep. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? The truth is, Seishiro Jikoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine you didn't count on us making a nuisance for ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from the inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jikoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganov. No, I know nothing about combination code. 3, 4, 5... I'm sorry, but it's on your freaking arm. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Now, Mikotoba, what do you do to the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? I'm more than likely thinking It's the numbers of each letter in that alphabet. It's a 7-digit number, remember? Really no, we have little time. Hmm. 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 Oh, yeah, I see it. It's upside down. It's upside down. 5231045.
Take that!
It doesn't say Sholmes, it's numbers. That did it. It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you? Hello. Well, Eugene, you found me now. Seishiro. No wonder you have such a big trunk. Only you could fit in that. Just really hoping beyond a doubt not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. Just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. Who made the coward decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour? I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor! Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here in this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago by now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when he arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. Decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it? I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first class cabins about more luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am. Just seeing for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So I'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? Or anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugene, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off and on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a somnia from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugene. Come on then, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk. I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that, Seishiro? I can't tell you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. The look on his face. I think he generally doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Well, young Naruto, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on your shoulders of you and your assistant. Well, we know he's alive, at least. Back to the trial. Kazuma Asogi. I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. He must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection.
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to resume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all the relevant testimony. I don't know, dude. And there can be only one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him! Yes. By the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggests that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk, thanks to one of Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because along with Prosecutor Aosugi, the Gregson was on the mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify then exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to education at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day, by the skin of our teeth. Cool. Another trial day. Woo. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. Outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain. Thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you had even more wearing today than Mikotoba and I know. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Aosugi, had you on the ropes, did he? He's your best friend, you say? Well, it's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Yep. Mr. Naruto. I mean, it's incredible. Think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only met the young man as a corpse. When all this started almost a year ago now, Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. But the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say it's really quite a journey on all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes, so what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put it upon you, for the matter, only yesterday. Put it upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bit else as well. So you finally had a reply already? What's so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is! We're none the wiser. I'm gonna try one already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasants as well. Sorry, Hurley, not there. Why ever not? Are we set in places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susan and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh. Oh. Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I left. What? Oh. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. Oh. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh no, that's quite alright. Why don't I get a apologetic pheasant? So just who is Iris's father? So that's not something we'll be finding out today. Who knows? So then, let us dine while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There's always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan. About Kazuma. Can't let this opportunity slip away. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. And nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes? Got something with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of the game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. you needed to look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Indeed. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan, then? Ah, this? I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicity follows. K. Asugi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names? We've come across that exact same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be a masking monumental intrigue. All that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to the foreign states. Exposing the means by those secrets were being leaked, we ciphered a fragment of a passage. K. Yasuki, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. We didn't find the names out until the case was over. We never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Ikoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective to know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosanaga to undertake such an onerous task for you. And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Ikoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. That doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. Blech. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. Without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. That tragedy we had to go on through on the SS Boria. It was all for nothing. Cosmo wasn't dead at all. We're completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Suzuto. And then I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our 2 countries was already in place. 1 university student lawyer and 1 judicial assistant assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Aosugi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years, at least. Wait, do you mean that it was all aimed at stopping Cosmo from coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Norodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? Terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the late Mr. Aosugi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. There's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman mistakenly arrested as a perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Namely, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Suzo and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she's certainly not devoid of all guilt. She'd have read every word, I'm sure. Wonder if she made it to America then. Probably. It's been over a year at this point. Afraid I simply can't comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why are you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy you see. Oh! An omen at this very moment in time is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. There's no room for doubt with your instruction in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew that that's where the list of names would be found. The names... Only merged with those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. Only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications from between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line! Now, 1 month after that list of port names was wired to the receipt Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partially correct and partially mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about those 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased. What? Who? A Shin. As described in Japanese transcript, in actual fact, Miss Asashin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Asogi and T. Rexon. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measure to protect Rexon myself. I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters. The news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, it's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told him, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. It's one big hole in your hypothesis. Big hole, Mr. Naruto? Ah, yes. You mean about Asashin, I presume? Of course. Exactly, she wasn't killed, was she? She's in Japan, posing as a visiting student under her assumed name as Josiah Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. And upon hearing that startling revelation, my hypothesis that I formed surrounding these 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed for all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asashin was a killer. This telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. Haven't it seen that Miss Shin was dispatched from Renton with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student statues being merely a front status. Which would, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by an assassin. Because she was the target of an assassination. And for our knowledge, with that knowledge, first consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the four who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you'll know only too well. Kazuma. You mean Kazuma? Oh, he did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? Could Kasumi possibly have gotten involved in something like that? Wild. Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. These two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student in Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin dispatched as a visiting student in Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. What on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to the diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh, yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. Highest levels? These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That dissociation and the safeguarded diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. Wait a minute, Sholmes. This telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting. It would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all, but Gregson. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the Mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. Which means he killed Gregson. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspectors safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with a young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson didn't mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. He'd be transferring to Paris Police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. It's too much to take in. Alright, everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. Miss Kluter, preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? Somebody like me would be worthy. I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh, yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runer to the floor? Yes, of course, it would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. Susie's going to be my big sister. You could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Uh-huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. It's not. Right, I'm gonna work extra hard for tomorrow now. Because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. Do our very heckin' best. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Igoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow became involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Nice. It's your family. Well, back to the trial. Back to the trial, back to the trial. Which I'm assuming it means we're gonna be, like, getting through the last bits of the case. We're basically at the climax. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with a resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve. Yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue his role as prosecutor? He has admitted colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that the judgment of my transaction be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? An extreme exception to normal practice, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense find this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque von Zeeks. Defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. Prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jikoku into the courtroom. At last, then, reach the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your summons. I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think that I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jikoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jikoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations, and I put it all into that treaty. Shochigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without forming anyone out of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I declined to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest must be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I cannot be down to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man. Nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So would run from all this? I beg your pardon. This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Goku, are at the heart of both cases. Defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof that you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? This.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Kei Yasugi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why's my name on the list? The list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Kei Yasugi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No! A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name Jezail Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Asa Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also visiting soon, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the event suggesting? These two cases of murder, one took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name. Defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international exchange, assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassination exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fire, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests. There really was an assassination exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder? It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling. Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Sogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? Kazuma-sama? Shochigoku, you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan. Tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in that cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barack von Zeeks. Prosecuting investigation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange student program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister, high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, it seemed to recall it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness.
Objection!
Sorry. We got that. Yes. As the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Goku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen on the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Goku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Hee.
Objection!
But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. I beg to differ. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. See these? It's part of the top of the pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually... Yes, Mr. Nododo? This is the crown. I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Yee. What do you think, Mr. Suto? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit there. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was thinking precisely that too. Haha! Perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Hee hee hee! Oh boy! Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night, I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? This.
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, the crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now the fact that he was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Rinosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world, you ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony when you hear what exactly happened in my cabin that night. you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge that he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your full testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Iponso throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed after having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Iponsoi. A common jiu-jitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously let it too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness cabin is no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to be a perfect case, since, as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. Vince has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an immense embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Am I? Am I? In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. I think I want to press the last statement. There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that your years through now, stripling. What? The Spectre was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Unless he was frozen in the frickin' fridge on the damn ship. Well then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have disposed of at sea. There would be no sense of risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Ugh. That's killed that idea then. But perhaps not. So? I heard that the first class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the corporate had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. Transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought it had been perfectly clear, but it seems I've been going to have to explain it to words you can understand. I thought I'd alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. No possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse to Britain. Are you sure? Are you sure?
Objection.
Sorry, but no. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you will have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruto, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am. Yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Order! Order! Order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the Parrot Sea in the Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gorey, the coroner who examined the body, had confirmed the possibility. She acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the exquisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on a large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you cannot eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Aosugi and you embark on the study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. Matt just made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. You've just seen the crime. Prosecution's stand is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. Again, it was freaking... It was goddamn firecrackers that sounded like a gunshot. As the accused, Barak von Zieks shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, Nevez's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's just how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. Are you sure? The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that the only fairy tale here... How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Oh no! Oh no! Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts the claim.
Take that!
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is, the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gresson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He would easily have adopted that photo position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Goku, but it's in your logic that it's flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street. Or it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. Quite right, the shape of the body. Looks as if he had been kept in a confined space. Judge Goku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Goku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside the courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order? Order in the court? Well, Mr. Goku, what's it to be? Can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... God, outrageous! So was you? No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he had already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. No, I don't think that's the case. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. I don't think he actually killed him. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson. Only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. Defense is ready to respond to assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have committed by Prosecutor Asogi is impossible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that the logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? I think it's this. Yeah, I think it's this.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members on SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have been taking place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof. that Kazuma Asugi couldn't have possibly carried out the killing. No, absolutely not. Don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after left to the cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby in the ship. Just waiting for a chance. No, that's not out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the Accommodations Register book. All extremely easy to verify and an undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on the Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku. It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! Oh. It's over. My life is over. Well, he destroyed another frickin' witness stand. British assassin to eliminate oppressor in Japan. Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction. Return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was the demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. It shows that assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at the time, in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safe to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterparts, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. But what? The Reaper? There's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted a Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France in his own death. Oh, how awful! It's past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me, I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish in my strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? The victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. And there was no way I could take the body up on the deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. Then on arriving in Dover, you conceal the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take the steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. Inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that the man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after where we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I was expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. Hairpiece we found at the scene. Inspector had it ready for the Redheaded League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up a little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone was due to arrive at 5 would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, That's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. You were the killer. But there was someone behind you. Another mastermind. I have heard enough. You've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you. That I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. The man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all of those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Something wrong? I don't think we're done yet. I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey in this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, however. Insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal education. I hereby declare the defendant Barak von Zieks.
Objection.
The prosecution calls for education to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barak von Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Very well. Here you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly. Murder of Inspector Aggressive was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced in complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I know is who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France to have been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the master behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accused the man in the dock, Barak Monzeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Sun Yun has already invested Lord Menzies very thoroughly in that regard. They found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say, I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. Explains Cosmo's silence before. Stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it is extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy that I verify that this violent, unremitting accusation has ensourced the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks, I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Cosmo-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer and as his friend. And that's what we must do. Vance has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord. Lordy, lordy, lordy. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. Point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there is no reason to suspect him of being behind the Assassin Exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experience in this courtroom, I'm to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. It's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel to defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. Contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. There is one thing, actually.
Objection.
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old, from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zees. Brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the Frester's final victim, is an undeniable link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the Professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time the autopsy report was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Corvette Zeus, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain that he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Aosuke was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Vansix here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together, cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer to send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But that was all a sham. And I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's something more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? Truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? Secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Aosuke's young lad, are ya? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Zeke's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to avert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barock von Zeeks. No, actually, the person leading that prosecution at first was Strongheart. Which means he is the one who got that autopsy report fabricated. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who localized Wichii Goku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ah. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barock von Zeeks. Sorry, but no. It's clearly Strongheart. It's very clearly him.
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Von Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Von Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling that this name was going to come up. Strongheart. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is Lord Miles Strongheart.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Miles Strongheart. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Von Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords allowed my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector in the corner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. Its claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Ziek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in the little backwater country. When in the courts of British Empire without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? There is one. So that was the real person of the assassination exchange. The court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazama. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is really nothing else we can do now? Is there no avenue we can go down in pursuit of truth about what happened all those years ago? Well, there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Ziek's autopsy. There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. He was so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection.
Mikotoba! Mikotoba! Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous, there's no one left. Who, Rinosuke? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. Eugene Mikotoba.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. Autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was his primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. Defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? Professor Mikotoba is in London this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Stronger has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and the masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Justice Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden sources that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
Well, we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be reprimanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Arg. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Huh? Oh. Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur deduction, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection.
Mr. Jones was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jugoko before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayo Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the revocations of your superiors? Order. Order in the court. It seems to me we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on the court proceedings. Silence. He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. Will that really do? I sense that dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't say the same? What's... Trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. My lord, you sure those present that would uncover the whole truth here? A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of the British Justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the summons of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. It wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I'm so rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruto. Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely, it's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. Find yourself at a dead end. The years are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witnesses stand. This is Lawrence Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged to the backness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Oh boy! I'm assuming the next bit is the last bit of the trial. Pretty sure. But I'm sure it's going to be relatively long, so I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably gonna be like a little bit longer. So I think we might save it for another time. Because it's pretty much just gonna be like the end. I'll at least start it up. I think I also need a bit of a rest anyways, because I gotta keep my juices up. So we'll come back to it next time. And then I'm sure it'll be like the finish. So, thank y'all for coming by out today. I appreciate it. We'll be back again for Wednesday. I might do a couple of little different things that day. We'll see. We shall see. But other than that, thank you for coming. Especially you, Darth. I appreciate it. See you next time. I'll see you later. We'll come back to this later. And take care.